Wherever the tide takes me, so long as the light of the hearth still shines, I'll always have a home to return to. I want to spend some time at the bottom of the sea, in peace and total silence.
Sau Misty thì Hậu Hoàng cũng đã tìm được cuốn hướng dẫn sử dụng nhan sắc. Cộng đồng mạng trêu rằng nhìn không ra anh Hậu.
1, 2, 3, 4. Dum tek tek dum tek dum tek tek dum tek.
Vốn được biết đến là một người hề hước với những video mang lại tiếng cười, nhưng mà cộng đồng mạng đã được dịp trầm trồ khi Hậu Hoàng xuất hiện với diện mạo không thua kém chị em nào. Nhiều người còn phải trêu rằng có vẻ như sau Misty thì Hậu Hoàng cũng đã tìm được cuốn sách hướng dẫn sử dụng nhan sắc. Chắc sắp Tết chị dọn nhà vô tình tìm lại được cuốn sách hướng dẫn. Nhiều người hâm mộ bày tỏ đã
Getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it. Frost is coming! This is where the water... The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. I should be going in the right direction. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the... My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on? No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following...
Why your earbuds are dirty.
Where Master Child could have gone.
When you put your earbuds in, you might be putting harmful bacteria directly into your ears. Each time you use earbuds, they collect skin cells, sweat, and earwax. Your ear canal is moist, dark, and warm, which is the perfect environment for bacteria to grow. If you don't clean your earbuds regularly, they build up bacteria, which can eventually lead to infections. Why your earbuds are dirty.
But we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Sao anh lại lấy quần áo của em mặc cho con vậy?
Đây là áo của con mà, em không thấy rất dễ thương sao?
Đây là áo của em.
Em đừng có mặc được anh, cái áo nhỏ như này, sao em mặc được?
Anh đợi đấy, để em mặc cho anh xem. Thế nào hả? Em đã bảo đây là áo của em mà.
Thế em cho anh biết đây là cái gì? Nhìn sắc gì khăn rãi của con không?
Đây là áo quây của em mà.
Áo quây cái gì chứ? Nhỏ tí xíu thế này, không thể mặc ra được.
Sao lại không được mặc chứ? Mặc gì kệ em, anh có hiểu không? Hả?
Được đợi đấy, em vừa nói, mặc gì kệ em đúng không? Em làm sao vậy? Không phải em bảo mặc gì kệ em sao? Hả? Anh mặc áo quây, sao em lại thái độ như vậy? Em đi đâu đấy?
Anh mặc ngay cái áo khác vào cho em. Sao anh lại lấy quần áo của em mặc cho con vậy?
Đây là áo.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us, Liddy?
No, please go on without me. I don't want to leave just yet.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay in here, I don't think you'll be disturbed.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Siegeween?
I wanted to check up on Miss Claran. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now, then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten? Where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any questions you have? You can start with whichever one you'd like to get answered the most.
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals, I only figured those out as you made progress on your investigation.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals. Initially, I thought that Linny suggested that I had. Of course, it's inept. I'm also quite curious.
So you were...
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremonet has told you already, the ratio of the Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors true? That you're also a former criminal?
Now, why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison? I just happen to have some support from the rest of the inmates. That's all.
Oh, right. Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremine was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already. That's not all I need to prove.
But
You make a compelling case. Do you really want to know the answer that badly?
yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
Even if the truth may not be pleasant? Follow me.
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is.
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
stand on the...
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see anything special. What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name Forbidden Zone. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking of keeping anything from them.
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself before deciding whether or not to tell them.
So there's a switch on this.
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one.
Go on. Have... I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to... The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because some parameter it's been tracking has changed, if only infinitesimally. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses what the reading could be tracking? Very reasonable guesses. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the pressure from the outside, but the readings didn't change at all. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make a few preparations based on that hypothesis. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration of primordial seawater in the seawater nearby.
The concentration of primordial seawater? But we're already under the sea!
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising. Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Novelette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak. Oh. Oh!
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say.
But that's just too weird!
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of it. It's just that the secret of... There's no single... When the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land, all the criminals received no... Some of them began to repent and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deeps, and over the years helped it to grow. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark underwater fortress became the sinner's only home. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would regain their freedom once they had sufficiently redeemed themselves. But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had gotten used to life here, they could no longer feel comfortable living in the overworld. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past. After many, many centuries, Few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontainian society, as the place where criminals deserve to be sent. Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian. Everyone else just thought he'd made it all up.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. If this gate fails, then everyone will be dissolved into the sea. To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from proving all too accurate. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Let's go somewhere. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not...
Huh?
No need to panic, you two. I've already...
What? After you warned us not to tell a single soul about any of this?
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
Well, how about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. I trust that you've heard of Edwin?
He's the one who blew the whole
Edwin's main area.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be Edwin's assistant, she used to be Jurier's assistant.
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work as a convenient cover?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge... This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen.
How much do you know about Fontanian? Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, according to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sabi. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always...
Do you believe that?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and tech. So the moment I began to...
Were you inspired by the legendary...
Maybe. Fontanians need something to hold. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would as the fortress is... Alright, that's enough talking. Seems like you're good. I'll leave you here for...
Oh!
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share...
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into...
Great.
Take me up!
We're back!
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, I just remembered something now. While I was sedated, I could still barely hear two people talking next to me. They were discussing everything, from the leaves to the water and even the teacups themselves.
Must have been Risley and Seishween.
Yeah, I heard one male voice and one female, so it should have been the two of them. They really were just talking about brewing tea.
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from Risley?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah,
Nobody else is
all right. Then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself, firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea.
Whoa!
That's our Lenny.
Secondly, I spent quite a long time thinking about this. What's more, as long as the fortress doesn't... If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working...
You're super...
If Risley does have a... that can't be the... I don't have enough information, so I have no idea...
I can't believe...
The sea will engulf everyone.
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the house...
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to...
Yeah, that makes sense. The two of you have... If you ever need anything, though you may not...
You have my...
Thank you for protecting...
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden? Paimon's hungry.
Oh,
Alright, then we'll catch you guys in a... Pick up ours as well. Traveler and Paimon. Over here. Are you here for dinner? Huh. What would you like to eat? Chef, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like. Me too. No problem. So delicious. I'm so happy. I'm feeling full yet? How's the food? Delicious. I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, Sejuine, do you do this to help your... A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to... You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're... Really? You're reminded of an older sister... Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you... Oh, that. Thankfully, although the path was... Oh, and I was keeping... You were all so... Oh. Get a good night's rest. Let's fly! I'm super... delicious.
Out of my way! Get out! What happened? Why is everyone... No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey! What are you doing?
There's no time to explain, mate. Goodbye!
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people?
They're here! Yeah! There you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Lavaroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terrible. Lavaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might...
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? Why is it something? Hey, okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us. Yeah, he said to get as far away as...
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Oh, wait, what? What? Hey!
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without him!
Hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the possible flare, then try to move as far outwards as...
They're here.
Just like I said.
What happened?
You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, 2, 1.
This won't hold it for long. Find newbie. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Traveler, I need you to head to the Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must... Will do.
Let's fly! Look! There are a ton of Fatui... Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Though I'm sure he's already explained the ship...
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina meant.
Of course, of course! How could they not?
It is my pleasure to make your...
I've already prepared seats for you.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark. I wonder how he's doing nowadays.
Since we're talking...
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting against ordinary people, my cop.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but... Oh.
Because...
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well?
The fortress of Meripede lies... Ah, that is good news at least.
His sister Tonya, do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya.
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as... Hold on. So...
I suppose this is also a...
I don't...
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
I must say, Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon.
What are you trying...
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a fontain. Yet, here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating just the prophecies hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either... But you... It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have...
You're wrong.
I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of, oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Fontaine will be saved, even if I still cannot see the truth.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you... I see. As a allow me to be so... Then allow me to jog your memory. And what do you plan to do with the
Oratrice?
So you also have no... I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the... But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on, oh great Hydro Archon? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
Yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure without the Udex by your side. Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of you two.
Thank you. Oh, if it's on my...
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored. It is getting late.
Very well. We'll end it.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss
Raymon's coming
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, child was just an excuse.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of...
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against...
You mean Ridesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. By the way, and you can just consider that you are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to...
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared...
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the Forget it. He did give us an upper. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any...
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at...
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop right
this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to have anything left unguarded is usually just bait. It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. In fact, this Archon...
Who are you?
The fear in her pupils is just... I left the scene with ease. Not long after, there's no doubt that I have to...
Yes, Father.
My dear children.
News from the fortress of...
Probably the hand... I'm afraid this is a good... Oh, set up a meeting. Oh! And
yes, Father.
Tartaglia's just... The initiative belongs... You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so... It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I am a servant of Her Majesty, the... So, of course, it is how... Don't you think Fontaine is... Ultimately, though, you don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve. And as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly.
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply... So as expected, the knave has turned up. Permission granted.
Whoa. It can't be... You can't tell us?
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure, I believe so. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh?
You may be closer to the truth.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... Huh?
Please do not. My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't...
You guessed correctly.
Right. There's still...
Please, go...
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Teyvat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the...
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching...
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the archon disappears and returns. Given the status quo, however, I would
Oh, so even...
I still have some urgent matters.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. We'll see you another time.
Take care.
You guys are back?
You guys did...
Huh? And here...
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to see you. He was super worried about you, you know.
Hey, it wasn't just me.
I was also Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals. Is there?
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Oh, well, if you say so.
Traveler! Are you still doing alright? We're fine. A few people oh, of course. How did miss your Nervy? I ran into the bomb. If you're not, just let me know if you can. I'd like to take...
Courier?
Yeah.
That's no excuse for...
Lurleen, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite...
And you?
Yep.
It can be...
I mean,
Oh, yeah?
You two really are just...
Not at all!
I'd have lost myself long ago if I allowed myself to be led by the whispers of the abyss. Surviving is tough. Taming the beast within is tougher.
I want to go on a vacation with Galvana.
When you lose your way,
Gaining some altitude can bring some perspective. I'd have lost myself long ago if I allowed myself to be led by the whispers of the abyss. Surviving is tough. Taming the beast within is tougher.
I want to go on a vacation with Galvana. Let's fly! Hit me up! Let's fly!
Now guess.
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler,
Looks like you're recovering.
Oh, right.
Whoa, how did she...
She didn't want to stress you.
Yeah.
Okay, but check the...
You meant father?
She said a few things that were...
Her attitude towards you is you should believe her.
Oh, Paimon just...
Hey!
Are you going to...
Looks like it.
Excellent.
For real? Then...
Another implies... Well, next...
Hit me up!
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
Let's fly!
Do my eyes deceive me?
We wanted to see how the fortress...
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and...
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. He came here in a hurry and...
He sure sounds super...
Miss Cloran has left as well.
Where the gifts...
Neuvillette got the milkshake.
Those aren't even remotely...
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for... Oh, and I have...
Are these from C...
Nope, they're You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress.
For real? Then we could...
You may access the... Just remember to come complete your...
Let's fly! We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so... Huh? How did you know? Hey, it's like... There are so many bad things in the world. You're counting Paimon today? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also... do start thoughts making... The last time we saw us... We should be safe now. All right, then. Good night to you, traveler. breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirrorseed! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
I'd have lost myself long ago if I allowed myself to be led by the whispers of the abyss. Surviving is tough, but taming the beast within is tougher. I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
Take me up!
Please, sign here. It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let him...
What's happening?
I'm fine. Let's go ask the Duke. Let's run.
When you lose your way, gaining some altitude can bring some perspective.
Hit me up!
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just...
Ah, that. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs...
So, the fortress...
If you recall our last...
Huh, you've got... Wait, seriously?
Aha, yeah.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Paimon feels fond of this place now. Well, then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best. Well, it seems our work in the... We should... You're going to see Monsieur Nervulette?
I'm sure just you... You're right.
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, excuse me. I'll be right there. Sorry.
Everyone's so busy. Nervulette!
Hello. You've come. In the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right. We just did.
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right.
Are you done with your...
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day.
That's right. And we... Do you have any idea?
Judging from your description, a whale of that...
Immersed in primordial seawater? Where the hell?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. Yes? What is it?
Oh, right. We asked the Duke and he said...
It turns out that I have just received a report. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the...
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation...
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go...
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate... I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Oh no. What happened? Nadia should be around.
Hit me up!
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right. I'm not young.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help.
Let's fly!
Oh, it's Nadia. She's over there. Hey, Nadia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Yes. As...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He shouldn't...
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry.
The situation in Poisson?
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard the rushing water seemed everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening, the Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible. But there have been the water that flooded the area. No one knows if this could happen again.
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Is there any way we can help now?
Thank you for being...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
When you lose your way, gaining some altitude can bring some perspective.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation...
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia? Navia, what's
and Silver. They...
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, they were helping evacuate and... I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine.
I can understand. Besides...
See, it's not just me.
How could Master ever be? Yet the cemetery...
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other...
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly...
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make... I promised to let them... I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than the overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Yes, as for these...
Thank you.
Wait.
We just met.
Thanks to the knave.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was not... That said,
I apologize. My subordinates...
This is nothing, as I've told this, lending your...
Without your help...
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. As Paimon's, I've never liked...
You're right. Water is...
So, you're one...
Of course. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll...
That is a... Traveler, you and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was... Indeed. During some judging by the date my people so I wanted to take the Linny told me, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearths members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already
Oh!
The intel I just
Got it! So?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss?
But are you sure you're up to explore?
Well, there's no point in... Besides...
Since you put it that way, I have... All right.
Okay, let's do it.
Hit me up!
Let's fly.
Take me up!
So,
they seem to...
Let's go in.
Just be careful.
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking. I'd have lost myself long ago if I allowed myself to be led by the whispers of the abyss. Surviving is tough. Taming the beast within is tougher.
Open fire! The floor here isn't safe! La 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 la. Let the show begin. This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Alright, come with us for now then, but please be careful.
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking. I'd have lost myself long ago if I allowed myself to be led by the whispers of the abyss. Surviving is tough. Taming the beast within is tougher.
Let's fly! Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Wait, there's some...
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Nadia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia! I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey, Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw.
I always...
Please come with.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way! Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. let's chat about something else then. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
Take me up! Blast off! Open fire! Open...
There are rocks falling over here! Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Fire in the hole! Blast off!
Tell me what you see. A mighty mythical beast. Show's over.
Come on, we can do it.
Let's fly! Blast off!
I'd have lost myself long ago if I allowed myself to be led by the whispers of the abyss. Surviving is tough, but taming the beast within is tougher.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty...
The surrounding wall...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
It feels like someone left these slates and...
That would fit the circumstances dictate...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the high...
And is that a ring of people?
The fourth image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on... More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking. This says that it's the...
I really... That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning fontaine, come before...
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the...
Egeria, then. I had never met her. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the...
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancients...
But who would have created these...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here.
You still have energy?
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard... Traveler, I will go... I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my...
Are you really gonna...
She has long been...
All right.
I will be careful.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the food... All right.
We're finally back.
Welcome back.
Yay! And there's good food. Ooh, desserts. Nice. These are all Paimon's. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened.
Oh, that voice. Is that...
Huh?
It's...
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got... Ew, we didn't expect to see you here. Well, I have some business to attend to here, so Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a mom's... Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so... Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it... Wow! Imagine... I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well. Astromancer. Whoa! That's so... My name means Mona the Great Astrologist.
As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech,
thrice as great?
I know, right?
Talk about obsessed.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontaine.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved.
Speaking, there's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Teyvat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side...
A visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Huh?
Thanks, Mona.
Oh, well.
That's the greatest of...
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with this fight. But we were able to recruit Mona's... Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of... But it's time to get out, Trap.
Let's fly.
You're here! Monsieur Durvelet and Lady Farina, they...
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly... It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you... Look at this. This...
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you... Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ink...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't... But you found them...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them... The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky.
I don't. I've never seen...
I'll ask you again. Do you really have... My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so... I understand your concerns, but... I'm sorry. I just...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known there are several indications this is not strange in itself. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudex, but you're still my subordinate. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside...
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the big... Everyone in her inner... We may have to create a situation...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she...
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Sure. If at all possible, I would prefer... This may be cruel to her, but who will lend...
Well, that's everything. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know. Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and use on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker, if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh.
Let's fly! It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think... Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just... it's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable did you just point? Paimon's never seen...
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you to...
Who's that?
What a strange... And yet even you feel confused. Precisely. Call me... N. A mage who wandered the prophecy.
What? Then it's...
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered. So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone. I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you!
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
Fine, just not all fontain. Why, yes, I'm in full...
That's right!
Ah, yes. About what we... Huh? Goodness gracious.
She said that you...
The Hex and Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary, but I've never...
Whoa.
Their abilities alone...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Let's fly! me up! Let's fly! Pick me up! Let's fly!
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler can journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walk. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us, and she hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since, seriously? Well... Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake, too? It seems Monsieur Nervala...
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my...
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closed?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon... Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention. No, it's the same for eating Huh. Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have these 2 slices are for you. Oh, you know Citrine? I sure do. She said that I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye. And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here. Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, ha! You've got some nerve!
Oh, you needn't worry about it. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
You're... Oh, Paimon, still, what brings you...
A friend of ours met you.
Ah, so she mentioned...
She said that you're a... Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh. And...
Oh, so that's a yes? Oh, splendid. I'll tell the... Oh, so much to...
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine would...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once... If you're serious from what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office. Just think about it. If this nation really... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that... I'm not a dreamer, nor am... But anyway, that's...
So, anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine... No, we've always been moving to the next... You mean, still traveling? Huh. Feels like he'll grow more, but it's still better.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais...
Yes, I'm Isadora. Not at all. Yes, and...
A riot?
Well, that Lady Farina loudly accusing... And before the crowd continued to...
So people...
I agree.
So what happened after...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that further, the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch Lady Farina.
So, you mean...
That's right. The Marechaussee... That said, I don't think they're good. Monsieur
Don't worry, this is...
is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, and as we... When Nervalet was... It would be hard... Paimon thinks Farina's probably... Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows. In that case, there's no... deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of Desert Station. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. Huh, that's Farina, right over there.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than... Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just that...
So it is you, blonde-trapped
Farina. You were crying...
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rat? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Mars Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next...
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? That's against the rules.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with him! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep.
What's happening?
Yeah. A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I once had informants. I've tried all kinds, but all my efforts prove to be... We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do. Give up. Indeed, I've thought about fate. is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. But just now, as long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. Don't take any of what I just said.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were
Cher, that's impossible. It was stated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you and if Teyvat is in its entirety.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is... Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor.
May I interpret these words? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on?
Wow.
Lady Farina.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses?
I raised my hands just now I will admit, I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only... But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true... This time, applaud and rejoice. One of the most... Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're... Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole... Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic...
All right, then. Who...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Also, please, just how much work?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula.
Navia, the prep...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... The ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure also that as soon as...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your... As for you, traveler, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very...
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Oh, let's Hyman see. Isn't this the Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline. So in other words, we can refer to this. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. I didn't see this as the first of Fatui Harbinger. The fortune, according to Monsieur Neuvillette, I nearly lost the words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on. Just fast forward, of course. It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, and if I was not the Archon...
That doesn't sound right. First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the maze? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might... But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a...
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina. Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell you...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I... Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god, for centuries, manifestations of one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house.
That doesn't sound right. You tried to reference the Oratrice, but what?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time?
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of it. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must... You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital...
I never thought... You...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority...
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did... But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. You can't argue that just because...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
my power as an Archon.
If that poses a concern...
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide every...
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you love, please. You've got...
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find any...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. That doesn't sound... That doesn't sound right. It has been established that all Fontanians...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to...
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson, including those of...
So, Miss Farina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, but if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose Navia from the Spina di Rasula.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human...
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally...
Well, of course you had to tell her.
She's just staring.
What's going on?
Due to the inherent risk of...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really...
Miss Siegewing?
Siege? Don't be nervous.
Please announce the result.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina, she was experiencing the adverse effects...
Thank you, Miss Siegewing.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get to...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problem, however, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample. We don't want anyone else.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, it's a great thing that...
Listen to me, everyone. Think about it. How can... Also, if I... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your art...
I don't think anything she says is...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her to use effect against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the
Isn't that correct then?
However, the to be...
That's actually one of the available...
The one and only time that death...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. Is this sentence real?
Yeah! Even Mache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, but now the Oratrice...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the first prof? Huh. So the news...
I looked everywhere and finally found it. But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the...
Huh? So what do you think?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina. So when you say Hydro Archon...
In truth, everything that you've encountered... However, I'm uncertain as to how much...
Okay, let's try to recall the... The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon... This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontaine... The third slate shows the Hydro Archon see... That reminds Paimon, didn't... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
We know from the case and the first stone this might be the reason. what is about the true sin and the original sin. It's not as simple as when Navia fell into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the The prophecy from the stone slates, the fortress of Meropide was if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and the eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of the stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. Now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archons. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that could also explain why the oratories...
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned...
Yeah, so wouldn't it be trying to show the in the end? Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must, however, while you were able to decode all the information when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another...
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Your hypotheses regarding the origin of in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves expressed to the Hydro. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro, not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race, and thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all...
This really might be too much information.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are a key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the they have not been dissolved, which implies that the nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro as well. You may also recall, therefore, that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of... Yes,
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what,
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small... About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign as for the root cause of the catastrophe... This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause.
It was both dreams.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only...
The truth, the original sin.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well that whale does not belong to Teyvat. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians at...
Precisely. That whale finds the... Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed up...
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite...
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive.
already done everything we can. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied to... Just as... Ultimately...
What's happening with the oratory?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
You.
Sorry. That shocked
You are not Farina.
The sweet sound of bewilderment.
Fusalo.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, the heavenly prince.
Deceiving.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, she knew full well, and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly... So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over. Alone on the ocean, I had to outwit the heavenly principle. I'm a genius, I know. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose...
So you were also once one of the Oceanids?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and the me you see before you now is that divinity. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, all part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive that... Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Fosalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading... I suppose now you probably understand why your court is...
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no strong... I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, it's been 5, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely.
Let's fly!
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, all right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with... I am Focalor. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. As for the suffer, but if the prophecy will come true, if there were scales, with...
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine.
Play as...
That's right. You must, if you can keep it up, then I shall have my way.
But how will I do?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real being, a human yourself. Remember, your true challenge will...
So, how...
To a combat.
A trial. Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. What should I say to most appear like a god?
Lady, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god.
As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power. Once again, thank you.
I thought I might stammer, but...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her...
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone right? Mere me said that... Calm down, Serena. Think. Assertive. With a...
Now, I was wondering if some weak... Well, it seems that you may consider my previous act a door gift of... Now then!
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside a...
Personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow... My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, the scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink. There is no trouble in this world that just so long as
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a...
Come now, was I not just... Besides, none of these trials were the ones...
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Ark.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what...
No need to thank me. Oh, I'm afraid... All right.
He is...
Oh, good.
You're such a gentle and wise god.
Lady Farina, you're the lady...
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will...
Well, as I understand it, the fontain...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached... The day is finally over. I haven't had a... But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of maybe this is fine. All right.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases.
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Farina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should... I just don't know. I feel utterly...
Farina. It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of... Are you crying? Uh-huh.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have... I never imagined have I reached my limit. I want to tell someone all I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder... Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people...
Share. That's impossible. It was stated right from the start.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with me.
A witness. And if Teyvat is in its... If... He's right. I could confirm that if things don't play out as it... No, Farina. But what if... Farina, you've worked so hard. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? If you let this opportunity think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to... All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once...
Yes, it had to be done. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even it seems that trusting humanity...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. How would you build on this foundation to save the...
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the... I'm sure you've long sensed that the oratories...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice. It now seems that that person was you.
And then I became one with the oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem... Alas, your understanding... In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact... Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the... I mean... Did you think I would be the sort to enjoy my work over these last 500 years? But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction, the vast majority had to be.
It was all a part of your plan, then?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained but only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archons.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon, the destruction of that divine throne.
Returning what's rightfully yours. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the... Oh, what? Getting sad again. The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once...
All you've done throughout the years.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know.
Hydro Dragon. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And the heavenly I, for my part, am the god of justice. And speaking of justice, I have always believed that just so, if the theft of the primordial sea, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, in other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you've played these 500 years.
Iudex Nervillet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
potted...
What
Was that bright light some sort of mist?
But since we're all still alive and haven't...
It's time to end this. We must meet... I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require the root of the calamities before. Come with me, traveler. Done my best to separate the power of my body from the way. Considering the sun, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening. I can see sorrow turning into hostility.
Let's fly!
Devouring narwhal.
Open fire! Lockdown! Knock him down.
Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress it.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they...
That power...
Paimon has an idea. From what she said, it gave us the impression that she was,
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange... That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point...
Well, being that this pet almost... So what sort of person is your master?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous.
The foul...
Still nothing? Well, how about the...
Ooh, that one part of the...
Oh, so you do know that name. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely...
Wait! Didn't you also mention of...
Actually, never mind that they all devout such roiling high as such. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding! It's the miracle! We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong! The prophecy was wrong!
The soil renewed. The old soil can skyship the various people always... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Courier and Navkit?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll help Edwin's assistant, Jurier, create... And that's exactly... Oh, this time...
fly.
Pick me up!
Navia!
Oh, it's you.
Hey,
I'm here to update myself on how things are going. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented our residents are...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a...
In truth, Monsieur, I told him that it was...
You're right. I've got to...
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic...
Looks like you've been missing us.
Dude! Did you have all the...
Of course. I'm here to what?
It's an honor to finally...
No need to thank.
Of course,
All right then. This way. It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her...
Sir, please...
but it looks...
No, I...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually... The boat that brought us... Still, if I might...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently...
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of the...
Did you really have to use... Well, then, 2 solo photos will...
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this guy. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like...
See...
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine...
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you...
I see.
He sure did with...
I'll tell them that there's good news.
Oh.
What change can there be? As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll...
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a...
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go.
There'll be a...
Maybe. Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks. Let's flow.
I didn't see them! They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing... Trick a friend? You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. Father says...
that's all right.
Oh, after Lady Farina left, Father and...
A diplomatic guest? No...
Yes, I was quite surprised. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks... Furthermore, Father did...
That's true.
I would agree. I suspect you'll have...
But rest of it...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello?
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about... The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when I guess this must be life. All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets and some other
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? Let's fly. The entrance to the fortress. Ooh, she really is there. So, you really are here, Nervalet. I didn't think you were going to have free time.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Lee. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up...
Aw, I'm glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How is Fontaine actually...
It is...
Whoa. So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a... But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did.
For me, the Fontainians were but so long as... In other words, when...
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy of... Yeah!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on. When we spoke to... We guessed that there must...
No. So regarding this specific issue, In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head...
The edges of obsidian are as sharp or sharper than a surgeon's scalpel. Many of these large chunks that I am knocking off will be further refined and chipped into spearheads and smaller arrowheads.
The all-devouring narwhal.
As the obsidian piece becomes more refined, I use an elk antler to strike large pieces off and make it thinner.
Of your power.
I wanted to test to see if this piece of wood would break obsidian, and sure enough, it did.
Primordial dragons.
I used it to shape the edge and also switched back to using a stone. As it becomes closer to the finished spearhead shape, I use a deer antler to strike smaller pieces off.
What was it again?
When it is thin enough, I switch to using a small tool called a pressure flaker made out of antlers to press flakes off of the edge and make serrations.
You should have the remains.
I then create small indentations towards the base of the spearhead. These will become my notches.
I've never heard
Here
of
is
any
the finished spearhead, and these are all the pieces of obsidian that I knocked off the large chunk.
According to
This
your
particular
card,
obsidian is very pure and I can see straight through it. The edges of obsidian are as sharp or sharper than a
After
surgeon's
Fossilor's
scalpel.
divinity faded, she handed her gnosis
Many
to
of
me.
these large chunks that I am knocking
I've
off
never
will...
heard of it described in the manner that you just...
I've been training with my... It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of... Regardless, you should probably get rid... To live in itself is a blessing.
What do you mean?
No need to fret. These are just my...
This third...
Master, if you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger, then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon...
All the same, assuming...
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I guess that you might already be familiar with this. That means that the no... I wonder. Does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a fist? No, let's not think about this comparing the Traveler to the... That's what you say, but then... What?
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses.
Alright.
Yes.
But she sacrificed...
I suppose that would be the mystery. I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes would life flows like water. And what ultimately